Hey, Mark,
Comms check. Can I be heard? I got hand signals.
you are definitely heard
Mr. Cortland, how are you, sir?
extremely well. How about yourself?
I can't complain. I just got back from a little jaunt down to the mine, uh, should I say, blue azure waters of Mexico.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I had to take a mental break. I've been working pretty dang hard and going 100 miles
You
an
know
hour.
what?
Caterpillar bought me a trip down there, so I thought I'd go.
Now that I can believe.
Dr. Ford, how are you, sir?
I am well. I am well. I apologize for the delay.
We're fine. What else are we doing? I think chicken's already on marinade for tonight, so it's all well. Bread's in the oven. Life is
Yeah,
good.
yeah, Mark, I still owe you a trip because you told me your process for smoking scallops. I'm coming.
Maybe we should all get together and have some should I say empirical testing. What do you think?
Yeah, that would work for me.
Yeah. Yeah,
I,
I think
I
that so it's kind of funny. So when I do a smoking evolution or something like that, there's always leftover heat. You smoke your ribs or your brisket or whatever, and you always have leftover heat. So I found all these things to do, like for example, half chickens, throw them on there, smoke them off, and then freeze them and vacuum seal them. So midweek when you want smoked chicken fettuccine, not a problem, you know. And so the residual heat sometimes is, hey, let's throw some shrimps and scallops on there and make some sea butter.
that is
So
extremely creative.
smoked scallop risotto, doesn't suck. Doesn't suck.
That is cool. I'm gonna have to try that. It is an issue. You're right. When you're done, what do you do
Right.
with the heat? And I've added a lot of different stuff just so that I don't waste that heat.
Exactly. You spent time. Well, I make my charcoal. So,
Oh,
and you spent a lot of effort into it. Well, why throw it away? Do something with it. The one caution I have about scallops though is you have to use the old digits here because the moisture goes away and there's a minute and a half of too little and a minute and a half of too much. And you have to
okay.
be very careful, otherwise they'll be so dried out they're not sea butter anymore, they're sea leather. They're scallop gumdrops. You kind of you can't quite the old fangs can't chew them up.
Understood. 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 Ooh.
So I've got Dr. Ford in front of me on a monster screen. So Dr. Monster Ford is here.
I am so glad we could get this worked out. I know we've been trying to get it together for a little while, but I'm
Yeah.
excited this came to be.
Yeah. I'm honored that you guys would think enough to have me here. And honestly, it's quite an honor for us. I told Bill High in email prior to this that what I was doing, and he said, "Well, knock him out." That's his advice.
I
Yeah,
have no doubt that you will. There is tremendous value in what you present. So I think that it is absolutely fantastic.
yeah. So everybody that's here is going to be here. If you're
Uh,
not, say aye.
hard,
I would,
hard
I
to
would
say.
say they'll get here one more minute, but I
Oh,
would
I'm
just,
not, guys. I'm at your pleasure. Please tell me when to start, and I'll start. Otherwise, I'll sit here as long as you need. Well, until dinner, till the barbecue has to be lighted.
all right.
Understood.
Yeah, let's wait
All
till
right, Anthony, you are co-host. And Jen Ford, I made you a co-host. And I'm doing that because I'm in South Africa and I have a meeting right now. This is one of the reasons why Anthony stepped up for us. So I'm gonna turn it over to him and I'll try to keep things going on my side, but anybody else that I made co-host, would y'all kindly help out by letting people in during the presentation? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Safety Officer.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Enjoy.
Hey,
So-
Jill.
Is the sharing working? You guys can see my slides fine?
I can see you.
We see
I
you.
can
No
see you.
slides right now.
You do not see slides.
No, sir.
Well, what's the trick on sharing? What is the trick on sharing with Zoom?
All right.
You'll pull the PowerPoint presentation up on your screen,
Mhm.
hit the share button, the big green one at the bottom, and then it'll give you options of what you can share, and you just click on your PowerPoint, and then
Well,
that.
I've got my Zoom workplace up and I don't see that.
You are a co-host, which means that you have the ability to share your screen.
Okay.
So it's you. Well, on my screen, it's the green button at the bottom.
Yeah, I don't see a
I
button.
don't have a green button at the bottom.
I don't see a button on that.
And I
How
don't
about at
see,
the top of the screen? Sometimes it'll show up at the top of the screen. You'll have a bunch of options, participants, chat, audio.
I have home chat, phone, docs, whiteboard, clips, et cetera, and it's wanting me to sign in.
Can you forward your slides to Dr. Ford and then you could share your screen?
Let go of that. Click
That
on
would be my
that.
option.
Share.
You can also do Command S. Well, I have a Mac. And
Yeah.
you know, bring the share up.
Oh, don't.
I don't know. Do you have a Mac computer?
No,
Oh, wait, there it is.
Oh.
down there.
I got
There it
share.
is.
I
Oh,
got share.
Okay.
I have to do it.
Share window, screen one, I guess.
I have to do it. A little different methodology.
Alright.
There we
You
go.
guys,
There we
you
go.
guys are
Hey,
Okay, now just.
There's some.
perfect. We see it now.
Yep.
perfect. And now I go back to presenter mode here and you got it in presenter mode, right?
Perfect.
Perfect. They can see.
My
So
apologies for my ineptitude. I've never used Zoom. I only used Microsoft Teams, so I have excluded another methodology, I guess.
I'd used exclusively Zoom and I had to learn Microsoft Teams. So
Yeah.
I'm learning. So
Imagine what we could all do if we decided to work together and nobody stand forward to take credit. Shocker, huh?
that is what we will attempt
Anything
to accomplish today.
Yeah, it's amazing. Commander Dale Fox, now deceased, Dale said to me, he says, who cares who gets the credit? Just get the job done, you know?
I
And
agree. I wish more people
matter.
felt that way. So
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and get started.
Are you on me? Anthony, don't forget to hit recording.
I thought that was already done.
It is already done. I know it's on
It's done.
recording. I had to agree to that. It's already been, from my end, it is recording. Yeah.
Me too, because I'd have to pause it right now, so it means that it's recording. All right, so good afternoon, everyone. Obviously, I am not our safety officer, Cortland Butts. My name is Anthony Ford. I am a member of Aqua Corps. I'm actually a course director trainer with NAUI as well. And Brother Cortland has asked me to introduce our speaker. So before we do that, Cortland likes to ask 4 questions of our speaker. 2 of them would not apply to him. So he asked me to respond to them on my behalf. And so I'm going to answer 2 of his questions. I will introduce our speaker, and then I will ask him those questions that our safety officer wants to ask of every speaker. So the 2 questions that he had asked, or that we typically ask of our speakers, why did you join NABS and why did you join Aqua Corps? So I'll be brief on my end. I joined NABS in 2012 and at the Key Summit. And that was the first time that I had seen that many people who looked like me, who were not only divers, but who were dive leaders. And that was one of the most impressive things that I'd ever seen. So much so that the following year I did become a part of Aqua Corps. at the Roatan Summit and have not looked back. So that is enough about me. I did want to talk a little bit about our speaker, Mr. Mark Gresham. Mr. Gresham was introduced to the world of scuba diving in 1977 when his father, who apparently was one of the original cave divers in Florida, which is impressive. For those of you who have been cave diving in Florida, it is a unique experience. It is very different now than it was back then, I would imagine. Lots of safety protocols and accident analysis and all the things that we learned to make diving in the caves a lot safer. He had an opportunity to meet Mr. Bill High, who was the founder of the Professional Scuba Inspectors, and worked with him, learned from him, actually became the general manager of PSI in 2004, and became the owner in 2005. So that is an impressive climb. Under his tutelage, they've expanded the services that are provided by PSI, including the valve repair technician class and the oxygen cylinder class, as well as the eddy current technician class. He has worked with NOAA, he has worked with NASA, he has worked with Divers Alert Network to promote training and educational opportunities for those organizations as well. He's expanded into cylinder inspections beyond just scuba diving and working with the fire department, beverage industry, etc. He has an extensive knowledge base and experience when it comes to cylinders, scuba cylinders in particular. I had the pleasure of meeting Mark after going to DEMA last year. My mentor was a cylinder inspector, and so I'd always meant to do it as an homage to him. I met the folks at PSI-PCI at DEMA last year, decided to take their class in December, where I had the pleasure of meeting Mark. After that class, I was extremely impressed with his knowledge base and his teaching ability, his relatability. He is able to present the information in a way that non-experts would be able to understand it and digest it and absorb it. We were talking afterwards, and I asked if he would be interested in sharing some of his information with NABS. He was gracious enough to do so. So after some back and forth and scheduling conflicts, we arrive at today. So I want to introduce Mr. Mark Gresham. And Mark, there are two questions, and I don't know if I stole your thunder on these questions that Cortland wants us to ask. Number one is, how did you get into scuba diving? And two, what is the value statement of your topic today? Why is this important to the audience that you are speaking to?
Well, I appreciate the opportunity to be here. It's a great honor for me. I mean that sincerely. How did I get into diving? And I tell this story because my dad's deceased and can't go to jail at this point. I learned to dive because my dad was a cave diver. Dad worked in the space race. He was one of the fellows that was in charge of assembly of Apollo. And Dad worked 80, 90 hours a week during the space race, and his relaxing was diving. So he would take his two sons, along with him to the North Florida caves before they were parks. We used to have to four-wheel drive into these dive sites, and it was the greatest camping trips of my life. And when Dad was underwater, we wore 38 caliber pistols on our hips to keep from getting eaten by the wild boars that were running around the woods. So imagine today, 8 and 9 and 9 and 10 subsequently year-olds running around with pistols on their hips, swinging from the vines. Oh, and our job was, between all the fun, to stage decompression cylinders for Dad. And we learned to dive by, hey, don't hold your breath, don't come up faster than bubbles the size of a dime. Oh, go have fun. And then subsequently actually formally trained thereafter. Like a lot of cylinder inspectors, it relates directly. I was trained to do cylinder inspection by the Tom, Dick, and Harry method. This is how we do it here. And then when I went through formal training, I went row. I need to go look at the 300 cylinders I just inspected and take the bad ones out of service, or at least place them rejected. The value statement for today is some of the things I'm going to tell you apply. And as Dr. Ford, and meeting Dr. Ford is a distinct honor. There's nobody that dies or gets out of this life and says, gosh, I have too many friends. So it's nice to have more friends. What's really interesting is some of the stuff I'm going to teach you. You guys are instruction staff or instructors or dive masters, the people that work in the industry with some regularity. We can prevent a lot of what I call stupid human tricks. Every cylinder accident, stupid human trick. It's kind of interesting. Last year we had 7 O2 cylinder failures and that we know of, and 5 of 7 were deaths. All of them shared one thing: filling too fast. And we'll talk a little bit about that. We're all guilty of this. Hey, look, God looks after drunks and fools, so I'm doubly looked after. And I would tell you that I'm blessed the fact that I used to fill cylinders to 3,500 PSI, aluminum cylinders, 4,000 PSI and that kind of thing. And that I survived that. I'm blessed to be here today. So what I'm telling you is I've made all these mistakes. Well, why do we cut the ends off the roast before I put my pork roast in the oven? Well, because my mom did. And my mom did because her mom did. But my granny's pan was simply too short. So we just make the same mistake repetitively because that's how we do it here, instead of engaging what God gave us, a gray matter between our headsets, and trying to do stuff better, work smarter, improve. So that's the value of today. We all can use an adjustment. We can all use a calibration. We can all do things better and safer. I speak to as experienced on this. As we get older, in the past 3 days, man, it's harder and harder and harder to do all this physical stuff and move cylinders and so forth and so on. And I was at a fill station. Listen to this. The guy, he thinks 750 cylinders. He has roughly the capability of producing over 3,000 cubic feet of gas per minute. It's a massive fill station, but they follow the safety protocols. They work very, very hard to ensure safety. Some of that begins with us, the cylinder owner / user. How do we do things with our cylinders? We are the cause of corrosion of our cylinders, us owners. It's our fault. And I'll show you how. And I'll show you how to prevent a good portion of it. So it's kind of interesting. Right here to the left of me is a report from France. And this is a absolute reiteration of the 1969 University of Rhode Island experiment. How does moisture get in cylinders, and how much, or should I say, the potential danger? So we have a grossly corroded steel cylinder. We know that it can reduce the oxygen content down to at least 3.5–3%. Well, unless you have that special gill package back here, it isn't going to work well for you if you get in the water with that, small FO2. So what's really kind of interesting is this is new material that reiterates old material. What's really cool about this is they had 2 deaths and a couple of people who said, hey, let's figure this out. So it's nice to see, should I say, return to zero, calibration again. This is the military teaching hospital out of France. And again, that was shared by Divers Alert Network. So we do quite a bit of cross-relational training with those guys. So at this point, let's go forward. At any time anybody has a question, just raise your hand. This means okay. This means go up. Okay, and so let's keep our hand and arm signals correct today. A lot of people say, I say, can you hear me? And they go like this. I said, what do you mean? We're going up? No, let's solve our problems where we are in the water before we go bolting to the surface. Okay. All right. So PSI was started by Bill High. It's kind of a neat story. Bill was the guy who was one of the very first scientific divers using scuba for his work, a fisheries scientist. You've heard of dolphin safe tuna? That's Bill High. Bill dived inside of tuna purse seines, and he said it was really interesting. You're only diving with 10,000 missiles swimming about, sharks trying to bite everything, and dolphin that are confused as hell, running into the side of the net, getting their nose stuck in the net and drowning. So Bill said, I have to dive and see what they're doing. So Bill started this company, or started this, should I say, using diving as part of his research in fisheries. And it was very, very interesting. You guys have seen dolphin safe tuna. You've seen deadliest catch, the pots. Bill designed those pots by sitting in submarines on the bottom, watching crab behavior, et cetera, et cetera. And it was really kind of interesting. If any of you are actually interested in either of those, I have his written papers and a PowerPoint. If you guys want to do something in the future, it's really actually very interesting. The most important thing out of the whole dolphin safe tuna Bill learned is the big cold water, salt water brine tanks where they put the tuna. If you tie a string around the top of a Budweiser and you hold it in that tank for 17 seconds, not 18, not 16, it won't freeze, but it'll be slushy cold. So Bill said with empirical studies, we learned how to chill our beer in those brine tanks while we were not diving in the water. So there's good stuff had by all. So 1983, so Bill High, 1969, was summoned to DC to start this thing called the NOAA Diving Organization. And he was one of the founders. He wrote the first dive manual, essentially. And he was the guy that really put NOAA diving on the map. What he also learned as the president of NAUI, as his side gig, he trained, by the way, he's trained a little over 6,000 divers in open water. Bill saw that there were lots of cylinder accidents, and Bill was in Japan, and a young lady said, "Hi, son, why did the cylinder blow up?" And he said, "I have no idea." So he spent the next year studying, and in 1983, he started PSI to train his NOAA diving corps. He had no intention of making a business out of it for retail, but that's what it turned into. And his goal was to teach 300 to 500 people. Today, if you receive an inspector number, it'll be 36,000 plus something. So we said we have exceeded Bill's goal. I just hired an instructor. Part of the reason I was in Mexico was to go to that fill station and hire a young man to come on to instructor training. So it was a lot of fun to meet him in person, but we're constantly looking for qualified candidates. But, however, we are not the scuba industry. We're not an instructor making organization. We haven't made 400 instructors in 40 years. So we don't hire people directly. You're an affiliate instructor, that kind of thing. It's counterproductive to just steal money from people and not give them an opportunity to teach. And that's what some agencies do. And we're not part of that. One of the cool things is you guys, I don't care if you're trained or not, you have cylinder questions, give us a doggone call before you go get yourself hurt. You guys have, Dr. Ford has my cell phone number. I say use it, don't abuse it. If you're in jail, please don't call me. But if it's a cylinder related question, never hesitate. I'm glad to try and help where we can. And here's where this works. On the odd times, on the odd hours, people are like, what do I do? Well, pick up the phone and call us. We don't want you to get hurt. And we mean that. Our goal is to prevent these accidents. Full service support. Sitting to my left is a $60,000 library on this subject. It's kind of fun because there's 3 of us in the industry that all trade documents. What's kind of neat is I just came into the opportunity to get lots of extra documents that I can't afford, that I'm going to get copies of, which is really kind of nice. And we have those documents so you guys don't have to spend that money, and we have that support. If there's a question, we can look it up. And so we have the Encyclopedia Britannica of new. All right, so what's kind of interesting is the manufacturers use us. While I was away on travels, I had to talk to a super secret Navy program that they called Catalina Cylinders. It says, who you guys gonna use for this, or who do you suggest we use, or who's your consultant? And they sent them to me. So I was doing consulting while on vacation. Don't mind. I don't mind at all. What's really nice is there's a small group of us that work together to do different stuff. I work on the U.S. Navy Deep Submergence program, work with NASA, et cetera, for gas space station. It's kind of a fun job. Manufacturers use us. All the QC and QA folks are trained. Just about 9 miles from where I'm sitting, right over there, is Thunderbird Cylinders. And Thunderbird is hiring a new QC QA manager, and part of his training is to go through the PSI course, which I feel very privileged to say that all the QC QA managers for all the manufacturers have been to our class, except this new guy. And we'll get him eventually. The president of the company called me and says, pester him until he relents. And I said, sir, it would be better if it came from the president of the company, not some outside contractor. And he said, oh, okay, I hear you. All right. We do witness support. One of the interesting things is we're almost, let me just say this, in my tenure since 2006, we used to occasionally be involved in lawsuits. Now it's almost nonstop. It's sad, but true. But the fact of the matter is that's what happens today. If somebody gets their toenail torn or whatever, that's a lawsuit. And it's unfortunate, but that's what happens. And again, we have this massive library that's available to you guys. What's kind of interesting too is there are, and I don't publish our library, Ask if I have a pub that you're interested in, and I'll loan it to you. I pay shipping one way, you pay shipping back, and I'm glad to share stuff. We have a lot of digital stuff as well that we don't mind sharing. So some stuff is copywritten, and we have to be careful about that. I don't like people stealing my stuff, which has happened. So we're sensitive to copyrights. Our goal has been, it's longer than 38 years. I think that's an old slide. We've been in business for 40 couple of years. Our goal is 0 cylinder failures. Now, we've done really, really well. We used to have between 22 to 25 a year. Well, listen, here's where I say, I need your help. I beg for your help. And here's how we do this. And I'll show you the next few slides. There's approximately 1.3 million foot-pounds of energy in an aluminum 80 at 3000 PSI at 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Think about that. That will lift an 88-ton locomotive off the ground. So your body can't stand that. It's a lot of get up and go. So what we'll try to do is to keep the energy on the inside of the jug, and when we need it, we'll open the hand wheel and put it through that breathy thingy so we can get gas to our mouth. Does that make sense? So how does this happen? How do cylinder failures occur? Well, there's a couple of mechanisms. Number one, if you look at that picture, it's hard to see because the bottom's bent over. There were 130 thousandths of an inch pits in that bottom, covering the whole bottom, like you'd poured acid or salt water in there and stored it that way. The cylinder was removed from service, but not made incapable of holding gas. Well, so then it was stolen from the pile of condemned cylinders and then stored next to a boat engine. Well, it annealed the metal. The sidewall split at filling. It's a horrendous accident. It's right over there in my shop. What's really amazing is the guy who was filling this cylinder is still alive, but has his left leg blown off above the knee and his right leg below the knee. And his niece, who was standing on the back corner of the boat, is no longer with us. The concussive blast was a intracranial, I mean, her head was crushed, literally. So it was a pretty horrific accident. Again, it would have never occurred if we did the right thing, right? And I say we, it's the royal we. We're all in this together, and we all need to backstop each other. Cylinder owner responsibility. Now, here's something we all do, and we're all guilty of. Me, I'm guilty of all of this. So don't think I'm talking down to you guys. I'm on par with you guys. All right, so we grab, if you look at the picture there, we point the barrel of the gun at our own hand, and as we lift the cylinder, we potentially turn the hand wheel on. And it only takes about 30 PSI to blow sub-Q. So keep that in mind. We all do it. Why? Because we cut the ends off the roast instead of engaging our noodle and doing what we're supposed to do. So here's what I did when I ran a facility. That cost you 50 cents for the Christmas fun, and we always had a killer Christmas party. The fact of the matter is that we had lots of funds because there were so many people. But you know what happened? We started doing it at our facility, and it was very quick to catch on with our customers. And we had about 4,500 customers in our customer base, and they couldn't wait to catch one of us doing it wrong. It was a little silly game that made safety occur versus doing the totalitarian method and embarrassing people. Now, when I was in the military, if you carried it wrong, you had to push the earth away from yourself about 100 times or do 100 leg lifts with your fins on. So it was an easy reminder when you couldn't walk that afternoon. So it was a fun deal. Now, think about this. Hazmat, a cylinder that is pressurized with a gas, don't care what gas, that is greater than 29 PSI, 2 bar, is considered hazmat. Heck, your car tires are hazmat by definition. So keep this in mind, folks. It's fairly dangerous stuff. Oh, let me ask you something. Most of you probably have been through DAN O2 provider courses, right? So you get a sub-Q tear in your hand. You want to make that the highest point of your body because the gas stays here. If you lower your arm, the highest point of your body is your brain housing group. And if you get gas in your brain housing group, it's not going to work well for you. So you make sure this stays as high as it can, right? So it's higher than your body. And how do you do that? Right? Think about this. How many of you can hold your arm up for longer than 10 minutes? I don't think most. We have adenosine triphosphates in our muscles that disappear. It gets burned up. So our arm gets tired and we're lazy. Well, so what do we do in an emergency is we help the victim. Well, if it moves and it's not supposed to, duct tape it. If you lay a victim down and duct tape their arm to a chair leg, they can't put it down and they get to relax. And then you put them on about 6 liters of O2 and then you seek help. So that's your immediate action. So don't forget that, you guys. And if you get an injury to your hand, don't hide it. It can kill you. If you get an injury to your hand, sound off and say, hey, I need help here. All right. And keep it up nice and high. All right. So something you guys probably should kind of preach a little bit. Think about that. Transportation. How do we transport cylinders? Well, I've got a pickup truck. I call it my cowboy Cadillac. I throw the cylinder back and let it bounce around like a bowling ball? Or do I fasten it down with a 10,000 pound ratcheting strap? Of course, fasten it down because this thing of inertia and kinetic energy all is at play. Now, here's an interesting note. In aluminum 80, about 34.2 pounds full, the average one. And it weighs about 34.2 pounds. Well, what's 34.2 pounds at 60 miles an hour? It's in the backseat of your car. It's worth 2,040 pounds of potential. So keep that in mind. It'll kick your fanny, I can guarantee you that. So if you're not driving a pickup truck like me, put it on the floorboard or put it in the trunk of your car, but restrain it somehow. It's actually not hard to do. Most trunks have little rings or places you can fasten stuff to. Fasten it. What's the best way to carry it? It's a thwart ship side to side versus fore and aft. And the reason we don't want to be fore and aft, think about it, you get struck from the rear and the valve is there, we can have a potential issue. So if it's side to side, it's the safer way to do it, but it requires you to move and it requires a little effort and a little thought and fastening your cylinder down, okay? You can go to Home Depot and you can buy a ratcheting strap for about, they used to be $14. I think they're $22 now, something like that. But $22 is way less expensive than having that cylinder, injure you or maim you because you were in a big hurry, right? So don't do that. All right, what are the maintenance requirements for your cylinder? Well, we do annual visuals, or VIPs as people call them. We call it visual cylinder inspection because we're professionals. VIP is a slang term. Moreover, it's copywritten by SSI. Kind of an interesting thing. So if you are doing a visual, do you know that person who is working on your life support equipment is formally trained? We all assume they are, but you know what happens when you assume, right? So don't assume on your life support equipment, hey, show me a copy of your certificate that says you know how to do this stuff, kind of thing, all right? PSI is the only recognized agency. There are other people doing it that look mysteriously like PSI because they just plain stole our material and went on and built their own programs, but no one recognizes them. DOT doesn't, manufacturers don't, Compressed Gas Association has no idea, and they quite frankly don't care about them. So if you want training, let me know. I'm glad to help you out with that. As a matter of fact, I want to offer you guys a special deal for the club or your organizations to do a training so that we can make it a little more affordable kind of thing. Because divers are two qualities, cheap and creative, mostly cheap. All right, so we know how that works, okay. Heck, when I was talking about my dad diving, my dad dove with his homemade pressure gauge and his homemade flashlights in caves. And he lived to a ripe old age of 87. So he used the old noodle. Dad always dove the thirds rule. Can't say that enough. That thirds rule will save your life. Heat damage. Well, I just got my cylinder all repainted. I took it to GoGo Mako and they doggone painted it and put it in their heat cure oven. Let's see if I got this right. Heat takes the temper out of the metal. And now you're going to fill it with over 1 million pounds of energy. Think about that. Don't heat a cylinder greater than what your body can stand. If you're going to use heat to remove stickers and that kind of thing, put your hand there so as you're putting your heat source on, if you're burning your fingers, you're burning the cylinder. It's that simple. All right, so keep it in mind. The actual numbers are really ridiculous. 265 Fahrenheit exposure requires a requalification, hydro. If it's 350, it's condemned. Now the question is, how the hell do I know what temperature it got to? I have no idea. If you have a cylinder that you believe to be heat damage and there's no visible damage, take it to hydro, but tell the hydro tester person that so they don't get hurt, okay? Moreover, if you have a cylinder that has a visible heat damage, you now have beer money because it's no longer a cylinder. Use it for something useful. Don't take any chances. And if I could look, cylinders are cheap. They are relatively cheap. I mean, it takes $85 to $88 million of machinery to make your $150 cylinder. So they're relatively cheap. Oh, by the way, aluminum's going to continue to rise in price. If you're interested in cylinders, now's a good time to buy them. They're going to get more expensive, just saying. All right, freshwater rinse. I cannot believe how many people are so lazy to spend a month planning their trip, go on their dive trip, come home, and then can't wash their life support equipment until the next day or 3 days or half a week later. Guys, wash your stuff while it's still damp with fresh water so the salts are dissolved and they get washed away. Where they start to crystallize, now it's way like 5.5 times harder to get rid of those salts. So if you do have where you're traveling and you have a lapse of time, this is where hot water comes into play. Take your regulators and your equipment, put it in your bathtub with hot water to dissolve those salts, and it dissolves much faster. The other one too is you're rinsing out your equipment. How about you taste the water and see if it's still salty? If it is, drain the water off, put the clean fresh water on it again. That's a simple way to do it. Boots on your cylinders. Now, my wife will attest to this. She's sitting right over there. I come home from diving, I put all my stuff in a soak barrel, I hold it down with my cylinders so my boots are getting soaked in fresh water. And about Wednesday, my bride says, Mark, are you ever going to put your equipment, rinse it off and dry it off and put it away? And the correct answer is always yes, dear. And at that point, I know it's been amply soaked. That's the excuse I use to be, should I say, lazy. So come home, throw it in the soak barrel. You can buy a Rubbermaid trash can, again, back to that Home Despot thing, and grab a Rubbermaid trash can. It makes a nice soak barrel where you don't have to immediately go through all the harangue of cleaning it, but do soak it. That includes the inside of your BC, just saying, right? The inside. People say, well, I can't keep my BC underwater. Well, take the inflator off and fill it full of fresh water and let it soak. That way you can ensure that it's clean, okay? Cylinder owner responsibility continued. Bands, attachments, pony bottle attachments, capillary action, just plain old physics, holds salt water under those bands and they corrode. Now there's 2 ways to thwart that. Never put a band on a cylinder, or alternatively, there are coatings that you can use. They're expensive to put on the cylinder, but they will prevent any water from getting between that band and that cylinder, and corrosion will not occur. Okay. I have the original material is around $80 for one coating for a pair of cylinders, a kind of thing. It's expensive, but remember, your cylinders are worth it. Moreover, I'm looking at a new material right now that's much cheaper, but I don't have authorization to say one word about it until we get the manufacturer's approval. So I'm working on that right now. I've already contacted them in writing. They're evaluating it, so we'll see. More to follow on that. If you remove your boots or your bands from time to time, that's the simplest way to scrub off the cylinders, wash off your cylinders. So don't be lazy. That's what I'm saying. I know it's hard work, taking bands off and getting everything realignment and that kind of thing. It's not hard if you put a couple of reference marks on your cylinder. The old Sharpie reference marks work very, very well. Now, I know it's blasphemy to say to write on cylinders or put marks on cylinders because, you know, they have to be bright blue or bright pink or bright red to hold that so much gas. So you're all styling when you go underwater. Style is the least of your worries. Pay attention to keeping your equipment squared away, especially cylinders. Okay. Keep this in mind. If I have a whole band's worth of material of corrosion around my cylinder, and then I have one up here, an entire band, you're getting close to the limits at half the isolated pit maximum for unknown wall thickness, real close to the limits of condemning your cylinder with barely any 31 thousandths of an inch. We're talking 5 sheets of paper here. So it's not much. Don't remove metal from a cylinder. I saw cylinders in Mexico this week that literally had divots in the sides where the bands were, where they had ground off the corrosion. That's suicidal. That's Russian roulette. Don't take metal off a cylinder. It is actually illegal to do that. A DOT cylinder, no metal may be removed. That's sanding, sandblasting, wire wheeling, all these different things that people like to do to cylinders. We have people grind off the sidewalls of their cylinders and the code marks on the top. So what do we fill it to? I don't know. The numbers are all gone. But we'll just use the swag method, scientific wild ass guess. Not with cylinders. So we don't want to swag things at all. We want to follow the standards. Okay. All right. You guys, some of you are nitrox divers, right? Smart thing to do, especially as we get some seniority in our chronology in our life. Nitrox is a helpful thing. What's really interesting is I just answered this question this morning. Saturday, see, consulting. Guys, young lady says to me, cylinders are placarded for nitrox, and the guy just wants air. And I said, sorry, it's nitrox that can go in the cylinder. You cannot put air in the cylinder because the gas, the name of the gas on a label is what dictates what's in the cylinder. But then everybody goes, wait a second, Mark, if there's no marks on the cylinder, what can go in it? Well, per NIOSH, National Institutes of Occupational Safety and Health, and the Compressed Gas Association, on a life support cylinder with no placards, it is air only. Now, here's another interesting thing that nobody seems to know and the dive industry wants to ignore. There is no scuba valve that is designed to be used with anything but air because of the gas flow paths and our compression potential. We can have fires with nitrox. So keep that in mind. When you open your hand wheel, open it slowly. Now, back when I learned to dive, we used to put our breathing thingy on, push our purge button down, and open our hand wheel super slowly and let our thumb up. So that way we didn't destroy our high pressure seat. Also, that eliminates any compression or heat from compression, the part of the adiabatic equation. I've rented lips. I'm having a hard time talking today. And I haven't had any beverages. This holiday weekend, no beverages. All right. I'm waiting until we're done here, and then we'll do empirical testing on rum. So keep in mind that when you're using nitrox, the number one reason that we have fires in first stages is people open their hand wheel rapidly. Don't do that. I was on an airplane a month ago, coming home from Seattle, or 6 weeks ago, coming home from Seattle, and we had a guy go down, and I watched the medical doctor open the hand wheel super, super fast. And I said, please don't do that. And he said, why? And I said, because we'll be a smoking hole in the ground. And he thought I was kidding. And so after we got the medical emergency taken care of, I explained to him about O2 cylinders. And he said, I've been a doctor for 40 years. Nobody's ever told me that. So keep this in mind. Medical O2 cylinders catch on fire, easy. Your Dan O2 kits. And here's the weird part about the Dan O2 kits. Now, please don't think I'm impugning Dan, because I'm not. If you open a hand wheel on an aluminum first stage, it becomes the fuel. The nylon seat catches on fire and the aluminum catches on fire. If we increase our partial pressure of oxygen to 2 atmospheres, aluminum burns at 994 degrees Fahrenheit. It's very low considering, so keep that in mind. All right, so hey, this is our job, a cursory inspection. Now I say this because I'm in North Carolina and that's how vernacular is spoken here. I'm fitting to go diving. So I'm throw my cylinders in my cowboy Cadillac. Well, what do I do? Quick look-see on the outside of the cylinder for physical damage. There's no gas in the cylinder. Well, why the heck is there no gas in the cylinder? I need to ascertain that. Never fill a cylinder that's empty for an unknown reason, right? You need to do a full visual. Is the valve gone? Is the burst disc broken? Is the hand wheel leaking at bonnet nut, et cetera, right? And then the other one is, hey, a cylinder shouldn't rattle. Dip tubes come out from heating and cooling and heating and cooling. Last year, I had a cylinder I was putting in my truck and the dip tube had come out. Now it was one of those Genesis valves. We don't need to go there, but it's made by the French. They're better at cheese and wine. They're not so good at valves. But nonetheless, I changed to completely thermal valves across the board as a result of that. Again, a cylinder that is rejected, okay, rejected. So a dip tube's fallen out or it's leaking. A cylinder must be marked as rejected. Why? Think about this. If you go out to my shop here, you'll find 90 cylinders. Well, how do I keep track of them? Well, this feeble old mind can't keep track of them, so I got to put blue tape on them and write on them what's what. So I know what gas is in it, the labels are on it, the doggone tape is on it. So if I have a cylinder that's, has an issue, it's due for visual, due for hydro. If you mark the cylinder, you communicate to everybody that cylinder is not to be used. So if you're working in a facility or you have a whole bunch of cylinders, I'd strongly advocate that we mark our own cylinders. Blue tape and a Sharpie works super well. Now, interesting note, can I use blue tape and a Sharpie to mark what gas I have in the cylinder? By rule, yes, absolutely. The dive industry says, well, it has to be a green and yellow label and blah, 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 blah. Hogwash. CGA C7 says a marking or a label or a placard with the word of the gas. That's it. But it has to be clearly marked. Now, I say this with some sadness. A couple of years back, not too long ago, and we're involved in this lawsuit. Imagine somebody who had a 100 cube cylinder full of helium, and his two boys decided to put a regs on that, a hookah setup, and dive in their pool. Both the kids succumbed to asphyxiation because dad didn't take the 2 seconds to take a piece of blue tape and put it on the cylinder. So, guys, strange stuff happens. So let's make sure we do the needful, mark our cylinders, placard our cylinders, and make sure that we have the appropriate labels. Okay. Any questions on that while we're talking about it? Yes, sir. You're muted, sir. You're still muted.
Okay. Now I'm not.
Okay.
I know that when every dive shop I've gone to, when we've carried the cylinders, we carry 2 at a time from the valve. Is that a bad habit to do? Should we be carrying it like a baby?
No, here's the thing about carrying 2 at a time. When you carry 1, your chiropractor hates you.
Mm-hmm.
If you carry 2, your chiropractor likes you a lot more, and so does your back. If you turn the hand wheels around so the orifice is facing away from your hand, carrying 2 is a smart thing to do. Here's the other thing that I've learned as an old guy. My dad told me when I was a young guy, quit lifting everything, because when you're an old guy, you're not going to, be very happy. Dad was 100% right. I get up in the morning, I sound like Rice Krispies. I've learned the new value of this thing called a hand truck. I love hand trucks. I can move with a hand truck. I'm not picking it up because I'm lazy. All right. So I'm a big fan of that. Hand truck and a little nylon strap. I don't use too many straps. I use a lot of line because I'm an old jarhead and I know how to tie knots. So I put a piece of line around it. And I suggest that. You got a bunch of cylinders to move inside? Why work hard? Put them on your hand truck, move them inside. But carrying a solo cylinder is not really safer than carrying 2 cylinders. Not anything. And it's better physiologically.
So as long as we have the valve control away from my hand so that we don't turn it, we can carry it.
If you're lifting a cylinder with the valve back, yeah, if you're lifting a cylinder with the valve backwards, if you're turning the hand wheel off, whereas it's the other way around, you're lifting it, you have a potential to turn that hand wheel on.
Okay.
And trust me on this one, people have gotten dead over this.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really easy to avoid. We just have to use our brain and stop being in such a big hurry. You know why people are in a hurry? Because they suck at planning.
Mm-hmm.
Or they don't know how to read this. Oh, I'll get it done. Oh, I'll get it done. I'll tell you, I flew back from Mexico, and because I was early to the airport, I sat up in the pointy end with big wide seats. Early is better than late. Just say it. Okay. All right.
Question, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you so much. And I'm not asking you to endorse a particular brand, but what would you say about characteristics we should really be keen on for nitrox analyzers that we might want to take on dive trips with us, or anything?
Well, that's a great question, because Analox used to build one of the better ones and they quit working here in the US. And I was a big fan of Analox because they do stuff with the US Navy and the UK Navy. I had a great opportunity to work in that arena. Honest answer today, I couldn't really tell you a brand specific, but my advice is, some of you go to DEMA. If a person from your organization goes to DEMA, they should have a shopping list for the whole damn club. Just saying. And maybe one of those things is that. Now, we have been asked to endorse several units, but we can't. And I would tell you right now, I can't tell you a name right off the top of my head. I don't think that anyone is bad. Here's the number one problem with all analyzers. Number one, the little module that's in there has a lifespan, and you have to change them out, just like in a rebreather. Number two, you should put it in a little Pelican box or similar that's waterproof. Because if they get wet, they're toast, especially with salt water. So find one that you like that's compact enough. Mine's sitting right over there. It's an original old analogs. And the fact of the matter is that you can still buy an analogs, by the way, from online from the UK. And I would almost encourage you to buy one of those for the two reasons. Yeah, they're a little more expensive, but they have, shoot, mine's 25 years old. If you maintenance it and take care of it, they go a long, long time. And the other one too is our filthy, dirty, wet hands. We touch the orifice of that. We're not thinking about it. And then we put pressure to it. We blow that moisture right inside our cylinder or inside of our analyzer. And it takes damn little. I mean, damn little. A few, two or three drops to the little module in there that membrane. It just makes it inoperative. Okay.
Great. Thank you so much. That's really helpful.
I know I didn't answer your question. I'm sorry.
And just real quickly, you use the term sub Q when you get a breaching.
Subcutaneous.
Oh, I got it. Okay, thank you.
Subcutaneous, below your skin. There's 4 layers of dermis.
Yep, got it. Thank you.
Yeah, keep that in mind. And if you get a pneumatic injury to your hand, who cares how deep it is? It's a pneumatic injury. I want you to always think the worst and react to the worst. If you think, oh, it's not that bad, well, how do you know that? You don't know that. And the only way to get that is you need to go to the ER or chamber or both, right? Kind of thing. That doctors will make the determination whether you're going to write a chamber or not. Does that make sense to you? So what I want you to do is always err on the side of worst. I was in a car crash and no, I'm good. Oh, my elbow hurts. If you're in a car crash, my advice is go get looked at by an MD. Go get evaluated because there's things they see you have no knowledge of, none whatsoever. So I play an EMT role. I'd still go see a doctor. No questions asked if I had a pneumatic injury, not even for a moment's hesitation. Okay. So yeah, don't play around with that. And I'll tell you, it's kind of a sad story, but it's how benign this seems to be. You know, in dive shops, you have rubber nozzles like this that connect to things that you're blowing off parts. And guys were in the tech shop goofing around and he squirted his friend in the bum. And at lunch, he was dead. It was 40 PSI. So think about that. I don't say this stuff for fun. I say it because it happens. It's real. All right. Oxygen cleaning requirements. Oh, well, according to Patty, if it's less than 40%, I don't have to O2 clean it. Well, then please explain this. Why does CGA P5, the care of high pressure cylinders for underwater breathing, scuba cylinders, and CGA G4.1, which is cleaning equipment for oxygen service, which is lawful, say that you clean everything if it's greater than 23.5%. So that's something that I don't trust the industry on because the sport scuba has grabbed a hold of the commercial regulations and applied them. And people say, well, we have an exemption. Hogwash. No, you don't. And common sense applies. Now, here's something that I say. I'm a student of Wendell Hole and Associates in White Sands, a test facility. And I'm telling you something right now. Dr. Durkin, Dr. Danoff, Elliot Forsyth, all those guys, they say if you don't clean stuff, you're a damn fool. Because it's the law of averages will catch you and you're going to get in trouble. All right. O2 fires in cylinders are usually lethal. Well, how do we avoid them? We do the needful. We seek the highest standard possible, and the highest standard possible is clean everything. I don't care what the mix is or what your final mix is. It's how you get there. Think about this. I'm following the PADI standard. Yes, I'm picking on PADI. I'm a 4-digit PADI instructor. I've been doing this a long time, right? 4-digit midget kind of thing. Check this out. So I'm going to do partial pressure blending. What is the first gas I put in my cylinder? 100% O2. Well, if I don't clean till a 40% threshold of fraction of oxygen, how do I do that and simultaneously install 100% O2 in my cylinder? So keep this in mind. There are lots of people that do things because, oh, that's how we do it here instead of knowing the facts. Now, trust me on this. An O2 fire is horrific. We can avoid it or take great steps to mitigate it to a very acceptable level by making sure we clean everything, right? Whatever kind of regulator you use, has it been cleaned or has it the kits for O2 been installed in the reg? So keep that in mind. That stuff all matters. It's the sum of the parts. It's the sum of the parts. Is it the correct lubrication? Is it the correct O-rings? Is it the correct service kit, et cetera, et cetera? You're assuming this by a person who is assumed to be trained. Gary, you've got a question and you are muted, sir.
Thank you. I believe you said that if we have a cylinder that was used for nitrox, once it's used completely for air, it kind of, we have to get the cylinder cleaned again?
Well, that's a debatable subject, and here's why that is. So the rule is, and the rule has been established for a very, very long time. If a cylinder is placarded for a gas, that is the only gas that can go in it. Let me give you an example. You guys can see that, right? That's my favorite cylinder in the whole world. It's a CO2 cylinder to get the beer from the keg to my glass. So this is my buddy, okay? But you'll look up here on the crown, it says CO2. It's literally stamped for CO2, so I can't put anything else in it. If I have a placard like on the cylinder here over my shoulder that says nitrox, guess what can go in it? Nitrox. The reason that rule exists is simply this. If I go take my O2 clean cylinder in and somebody shoves grade D air in it, that's not compatible with O2. I have now contaminated my cylinder. And then people say, well, I want a 21% mix. There ain't no such thing. Air is defined as 19.5 up to 23.5% FO2. That's air, the definition of air.
Right.
Per OSHA, per the CGA, per the manufacturers, et cetera, et cetera. So there's no such thing as a 21% mix. That'd be air. So a cylinder that's marked or placarded for nitrox gets nitrox only. Now, if somebody puts greater than 23.5% in a cylinder that's not placarded, that's also, believe it or not, a felony. Okay, so keep that in mind. So did I answer your question?
You did. The second part of that question is, do I need two regulators? One for nitrox and one for air?
Typically no, because the majority of manufacturers have ways to make sure your regulator is good to go. Some come that way. Right, now keep this in mind, because the gas is blended in your cylinder, using blended gas through your regulator is much, much safer than the methodologies used, some methodologies used for filling. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. So do you have separate regulators? I used to just keep all my, look, and I say this very proudly, I've got a ton of equipment, been diving a long, long time, 40 couple years. Long story short is, I keep all my stuff O2 clean. You know why? Because I'm old and feeble, and I'm going to eventually screw up and cross-utilize something and get dead. So if I keep it all in the highest standard, cross-utilization by accident is mitigated to a very, very low potential. Sounds silly, but that's what I like to do. Yes, it costs me a little bit more money, but I think I'm worth it. I use the L'Oreal makeup thing. I think I'm worth it. All right, simple.
Thank you.
Yeah. I think you are too, sir. Just saying.
I believe I'll vote for that. Yeah.
I don't know you from Adam's house cat, but if you could mitigate having that potential, why not? Why not?
Yes.
With the CGA,
Yeah.
because it has to be.
Yeah. All right. So here's something that we all fail to do. We go into the dive center, we plunk down our cylinders because, good Lord, they're heavy. And we plunk them down, and then we go look at the new widget the dive center has for sale. How about you guys all do this? Never fail outside of the dive center, because blowing saltwater, aerosolized saltwater in a dive center is really kind of rude if you ask me. But outside, a vigorous blowout of your valve, especially if you have DIN valves. DIN valves hold 12 to 15 drops of water. Moreover, a K valve, gosh, probably 4 or 5 drops of water. But if you connect that to the fill station, oh, let me see, the fill whip that's hanging on the wall, filling up with dirt and dust from the room, and you connect the dirt and dust to the wet valve, and you blow that corrosion cocktail inside of our cylinders. Remember, that's how we cut the ends off the rows. That's what we all do. So we do it all the time without thinking. How does moisture get in the cylinder? We put it there. Well, stop putting moisture in your cylinder, and then corrosion does not occur. Corrosion is a chemistry equation. You have to have oxygen, you have to have something that corrodes, and you have to have some moisture. Eliminate one of those, and the corrosion ceases. Okay? It's that simple. One of the things we do, like this cylinder here, we put extra oxygen into it to make it corrode extra fast. Well, let's use our head on that. So fill station operator, Mr. Fill Station Operator, can you blow out your fill whip before you connect it to my cylinder? I just did. I don't care. I didn't see you do it. Please do it for me. Sounds kind of forward, but the fact is that's my life support equipment. I don't want you filling it full of crap from this dust and dirt from the room. Okay. All right. Service pressures. Boy, this is a tough one. People argue over this vehemently. As a matter of fact, we did a little lecture in conjunction with Divers Alert Network, and people annihilated us. Oh, well, I overfilled 1200 PSI. I've been doing it for years and nothing's happened. And I said, don't forget these three letters, YET. Nothing has happened yet. It's not if, it's when. All right, so keep this in mind. Degradation of a cylinder does occur by overfilling. How do we fill cylinders? Well, we want to make sure that we don't exceed what's the rated service pressure on the cylinder, unless we use a calculation. Does anybody in here like to do math? Not many people do. But the fact is you can do a calculation, and this is a rule of thumb, not an absolute, but I will tell you right now, in 50 cube cylinders up to 130 cubic foot cylinders, and using temperature, now keep this in mind, ideal gas law is set up at 70 degrees Fahrenheit at sea level. Well, how often are we at 70 Fahrenheit? 4 days in spring and 4 days in the fall, right? So the rest of the year it's hotter or colder. If we calculate it based on the temperature of the gas going in the compressor, we might find in July that we might put 3,200 PSI in our cylinders using a calculated threshold. Again, do not use the swag method. Oh, we always just put 33 in there and it's good, it'll cool down. Really? How about you make sure you kind of do this right? Okay, so keep this in mind. We're trainers, right? So it's 40 degrees outside and we put cooler air in our cylinders, colder, denser air, and then we go in the 75-degree pool. Is our cylinder overfilled? Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. So keep this in mind. Okay. By the way, putting it in water is a nonsensical notion. If you think that filling a cylinder in water is good, then you failed physics in high school. Lumped heat transfer is what occurs. And to cool an aluminum jug down to the water temperature and the gas inside takes 1 hour, 49 minutes. It's thermodynamics. In a steel cylinder, it takes around 49 minutes to cool the cylinder and the contents to the water temperature. So what's the average fill? 10, 15 minutes? Are we getting a notable cooling effect of our cylinder and gas? No. What are we doing at the water tank? We're increasing the likelihood of getting moisture in our cylinder. Why would we do that intentionally? I don't know. Well, that's how we do it here. Make sure you cut the ends off the wrist before you cook it, okay? All right, so how many of you have Dan O2 kits? I'll bet there's quite a few in your organization. I know I've got some, right? I'm a medical provider and I do my best to make sure people don't get hurt, and I'm free to jump in all the time, right? The guy that we were on the airplane with that passed out, he took his blood pressure medicine in the morning and then Dramamine and had been kind of sort of awake for a day and a half. Couldn't understand why his heart rate was almost not there. And I said to him, I said, you probably should never take your heart rate medicine before you go on a plane. You do realize we're at 8,000 feet at a minimum here. And he was quite surprised to learn that. So, hey, you got a Dan O2 kit. You're a standby diver. You're working as a rescue person. Your cylinder must be 91 to 100%. That's per OSHA, Occupational Safety and Health. Now, I'm a sport diver. Does that really apply? Sort of, but not really, until somebody dies. That'll get brought up in the courtroom, I promise you. So here's what I want you to do. When you go out with your Dan O2 kit, you're going out the door, I'm fitting to go diving. I want you to get yourself a little Write in the Rain book, Write in the Rain is waterproof paper, and a ballpoint pen, and put it in your Dan O2 kit. And you open it and you verify your service pressure and you make sure it's greater than 91%. And then you annotate it. You know why we do that? In a court action, you can prove that you're a prudent person. If you say, oh yeah, we always verify it, prove it. Prove it. So I want you to do this so you can prove it. Not only that, I want you to constantly check your gas before you go out the door so you don't accidentally forget. Now, does it have to be 91% if I have an additional or subsequent cylinders? No. as long as I have enough gas to do the job. So I've got more than 91%, you know, and the cumulative total seems to work just fine. Okay, everybody tracking with me on this? So keep this in mind. This is something that's often overlooked. Oh, it was good last week. Oh, you know it's perfect and there was no leaks in there? Boy, there's a big swag for you. Don't swag that for sure. Any questions on filling? All right. Cylinder storage. What is storage? Now, I'll tell you a little secret about that picture. You know, the guys that flew the Bin Laden raid, the 160th SOAR, U.S. Army Special Aviation Regiment, the Special Operations Aviation Regiment, that's inside their dive locker. And I was proud as hell to see PSI stickers on all of their twins that were sitting there. But what was really cool was I said, hey, does OSHA approve of cylinders being 4 feet off the ground that weigh 88 pounds? And they went, uh-oh. And then they reminded me, we're in a super secure place. OSHA can't come in. And I said, whatever. And then I said, I know it's an Army aviation regiment because look at the stickers. If it was a Marine Corps place, I could draw a string across there and all the stickers would be exact same spot and all perfectly covering a line. But there's Army for you. There's Army. So yes, I'm picking on the Army. As a former jarhead, I don't mind. As a Navy diver, slant Marine Corps diver, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Where I was going with this slide is, hey, storing a cylinder. Let's say, for example, you're going on a world tour on a cruise ship and you're not going to dive at all anywhere and you're putting your cylinders in the storage locker or in your garage. Lower the pressure down to the first notch on your pressure gauge, because keeping the balloon stretched all the way full removes some of the service life out of the cylinder. All right, does that make sense to you? So lowering it down. The CGA, Compressed Gas Association, says 20 PSI. I know very few gauges that read 20 PSI. Most of them start at about 100 or 50, something like that. So whatever the first notch is there, and make sure they're secure so you can't knock them over. Check this out. A cylinder that was kicked over caused a fire, an explosion that blew a house off the foundation, blew a guy's left arm off by simply kicking the cylinder over. The valve struck the ground. The cylinder was full of nitrox. The ultrasonic wave vibration from the valve hitting the ground caused the fire to ignite. The point of ignition was in the threads, right? Again, secure your cylinders, doesn't matter where they are. Gravity is always in effect. I was teaching my PSI class at the Neutral Buoyancy Lab, NASA, and I said, don't forget the constants in life, which is death and toxins. And one of the astronauts says, don't forget gravity. I said, yes, sir. And Commander Dale Fox used to say, just remember this, the floor is the greatest invention. Nothing ever gets past it. But boy, can it cause a lot of pain. Fall down on the floor, knock cylinders down on the floor, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, keep that in mind. Just a couple of final thoughts. Never assume a cylinder's good to go. Make sure, quick verification, no physical damage, it has pressure and no issues. What I mean by that, no scuffs, scrapes, dents, and that kind of thing in a cylinder. Dr. Ford's trained, contact Dr. Ford, or feel free to call us, right? After you get your opinion from Dr. Ford, feel free to verify it with us. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Mr. Cortland is trained too. Your safety officer's trained. He was at the at AUS conference out in Seattle, where I got the pleasure of meeting him as well. So again, we're on the same team. All right, keep that in mind. If your cylinder doesn't meet standards, or you think something's wrong with it, err on the side of caution. Go to your service center. Go to Dr. Ford. Go to your safety officer and ask questions. If you don't ask questions and assume, again, make sure you have that special gill package back here. You may need it. Just saying. Okay. All right. This is a time for open questions. I don't care what it is. If you got a question, I'm glad to try to answer it, kind of thing. One of the things I will tell you guys, again, I cannot say how much I appreciate this opportunity. I really do, honestly.
Brother Kamal?
Yes, thank you, Anthony, and thank you, Mark, for this very insightful presentation. Caused me to do some deep reflection on the 2 cylinders and pony that I own. Now, I just want to understand your next to the last slide there, you said they should be stored under 20 PSI?
If you're storing them away, so the least amount of pressure, here's the point, have a positive pressure that you can gauge read.
Yeah,
Makes
correct.
sense? So
Yeah,
if it's not exactly 20, but just lower it down. You know, a guy had his cylinders, his aluminum stored at 3,000 PSI for 8 years. They would not pass hydro.
yeah, yeah. Okay. So yeah, I use my cylinder season to season, so that at times they're stored 4 months without 5 months without being used, but under about maybe 2,000 or less PSI. So I should not be doing that.
Right, I'd lower them down a little bit more. Now, here's some food for thought that's opposite of what I'm saying. If I have an aluminum cylinder, no matter whether it's an 80, not 40 over my shoulder there, and it's less than half surface pressure in a fire, the cylinder is going to blow up almost 100% of the time because the aluminum degrades faster than the pressure raises to break the burst is. And then you say, well, what the hell are you saying? Well, here's the thing. I don't have fires at my house, so I'm not too worried about that. So I lower my cylinders down to, again, the first notch in my gauge, which happens to be in my gauge 100 PSI. Positive pressure. Positive pressure keeps, you would not believe what we see in cylinders. Pill bugs, ants. We took pounds of ants out of cylinders. No joke. Yeah.
All right, thanks.
Miss Sabrina, you got a question, ma'am?
Yes, and again, along those same lines, in terms of storage at home of cylinders, the recommendation is secured vertically, correct?
Yes,
Or
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. If you can lay them down and secure them, that's just as well because they can't fall over when they're laying down. But vertically against a wall or under a shelf or some place where they can't get knocked over, perfect place. Just don't store them next to any heat sources such as freezer compressors, refrigerator compressors that people have in their garages. And the other one is close to the furnace, kind of common sense. Okay.
thank you.
Any other final questions, comments, concerns, or issues? This is the man. Gary, go ahead.
I have a quick question on, and I'm sorry if I missed it. Back in the day, they used to say when you open a cylinder, okay, you want to open it fully and then a quarter turn back. Is that still a thing?
I'm going to get out my soapbox now. Now I'm standing on my soapbox. Good Lord, no.
Okay.
And here's why, and I'm not making fun of you, sir, at all, but this
No,
question is
right.
constantly asked. Listen, in the 60s, well, let me just digress. If you look at older dive equipment, 50s and 60s, it was much higher quality than we have today. And we found that the threads or the stem or the threads in valves were much finer threads. They're very coarse threads today. Almost, and I can say this unequivocally, almost all valves today, 2.5 turns open, they're fully open. You can open them 400 turns. It's not going to open the orifice any further. So what was told and taught, and I was taught this, if you don't open the valve all the way open and a quarter turn, you can breathe it closed. Unless you can suck in over 20,000 cubic feet per minute, physically impossible. Now, the reason it's still done is it's a standard of practice to ensure we're all on the same sheet of music. And it kind of makes sense because some people forget to open their hand wheels, right? One of the tests we're supposed to do is to put our breathing thing in our mouth, take our pressure gauge and take deep, full breaths, 2 or 3 cycles, and look at our gauge. If our gauge wavers at all during breathing, your hand wheel's not open far enough.
Right.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of doing it across. If I'm running a boat, everybody's getting it done that way so that I can swear and attest that our standard operating procedure is we ensure every valve is open. Now, in common damn sense, it doesn't make any difference. 2.5, 3 turns, you're fully open.
Right.
So the answer is yes and no.
My second question is about, is there a place to find your schedule of classes?
No, we keep it a guarded secret, sir.
Thank you.
Dr. Ford, he knows the hand signals to you. No, I'm completely joking. If you go to our website, it is on our website. There's class listing and it's by state essentially. I can tell you that my next visual inspection class is, Sherry, help me.
What?
My next 13 June. 13 June. And it's a virtual class and it works pretty well on virtual. I still owe Dr. Ford a couple of hours. And he shakes his head, yes, yes, you do. And he's never gonna let me forget it. Dr. Ford, I will ping you a couple of dates in June because you're on my
What's he trying to finish?
right over here, valve. What you ought to do, Dr. Ford,
14th, we have a valve
on the
class.
14th of June, why don't you jump in the valve class? Go through the whole harangue. Does that work for you?
Looking
Saturday.
now. What time? Because I work 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. that weekend.
Oh,
Be in the morning.
it'll be in the morning, 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. Geez, I'd like your schedule, please. No.
So, send it to me. I'll see if I can jump in.
Okay. Well, we'll send you an invite. Yeah, absolutely. Love to have you. If that doesn't work, we can work out an alternative. But I want to get it off the. It's on my. It's lined through like 9 times here on my list. So, my apologies for that.
We will get there. Mr. Shabazz, you have a question? Are your hands raised? Michael?
You're muted, Michael. He's still muted.
He's still muted. If Michael comes back, then we will.
Okay, can you hear me now?
There we go. Yes, sir.
Okay, sorry about that. It took me a minute to get to that page to unmute myself. First of all, Simplify that, Mr. Gresham. I'm Marine myself there, for China Knife Marines. What area of North Carolina are you located? I'm out of Concord, right outside of Charlotte. And my
I drove
second
past your house yesterday.
How about that? Okay, my second question is relative to the PSI course, because I just looked at that a few weeks ago. So coincidentally, I happened to see this meeting. And number one, I want to thank you because this has been very, very, very informative. And I'm interested in taking the course. My question is there a refresher course once you successfully complete the course? And how often is that refresher course required for you to take?
Okay, so here's a point of confusion. We have an update that's required every 3 years. Title 49, 172, 700, actually 704, shall attend training at least once every 3 years. It's called an update. It is an online program. It's a self-study. But one of the things that I offer for all of my students is a reduced rate on the full meal deal if you want to go to it. All right. Again. So it's every 3 years is the requirement, and the full course for retrain people, or retreads as I like to call them, that is your refresher. But to stay current, all you have to do is take the little 2-hour update, and it's a very simple process to do. And we write a new update annually. So it's something that when we finish the first update, we already start writing the next one. It's really that dynamic in our industry. And
understood.
And we don't teach in person here at PSI because we don't have space for it. Literally, our PSI is office, storeroom, shipping room. That's it.
Because most of our training's demo.
Got it. Thank you.
Love to have you. And do me a favor, if you, McKeel, if you're going to jump into the class, use the old-fashioned telephone, and I'll make you a better price on it for you guys at NABS. Okay.
Understood. Appreciate it.
Yeah, especially if former Jarhead, we'll make it the Semper Fi price.
I knew that was going to happen. Adrian, you have a question. And you're muted, Adrian?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to find the unmute. You got to go to a different page.
Yeah, it's hard on the phone. It really is.
Yeah, there you are.
Well, that's my better half. For as good as Mark is in this session, he is even better in the full class.
I'll pay you later, sir.
It is worth the investment, especially for those who have a passion about not only knowing how to do cylinder inspections, but knowing how to do it correctly, as well as all of the potential pitfalls that that can occur if you don't do it correctly. So Mark is really, really good at about pointing out ways to do it, to keep you safe, to keep your customer safe, that kind of thing. So it is an impressive course. So I would
thank you.
Urge anyone who is interested. And Mark, as you've seen, is extremely knowledgeable about this area. So you are certainly taking it from the best. So if there are no more questions, comments, concerns, issues, anyone?
Hey, this is Miles Max here, but just a quick comment. I didn't
Yes,
see
sir,
where the
Brother
hands
Miles.
up, but I'd like to thank Mark for that information. It's really quite insightful. And just like to give a comment. In my past, I used to work with a lot of high pressure cylinders in the automotive industry. And one thing I would tell the novices was to think of uh, that there's a car on every square inch of that cylinder with the foot on the throttle, because the car is about 3,000 pounds, about 3,000 PSI. So I said, just think of that when you're handling those, as to just to give them an idea of how much pressure really means in a cylinder, because it helped the non-technical people see what they were dealing with. So that was just a
Thanks, Miles,
comment.
because that's the easiest way. Francois Berman at Dan said it's a 6-ton truck hitting you at 60 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And it's a great way to put it. I mean, none of us want to get hit by a truck, yet alone a 6-ton truck. And that's what we carry on our backs. That's what we carry in the trunks of our cars. That's where we don't give a second thought to it. You go to where I was last week. I watched guys throw them off the boat into a pile, just literally throwing them in a pile on the sand, and I'm cringing. But gosh, that's what happens. Don't know what else to say.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Miles. Miss Rebecca?
Just wanted to ask if this recording will be sent out. I think they usually are.
For a small fortune. Yes, ma'am.
Absolutely. As soon as Corlin sends it to me, I will definitely send it out email and also put it on the social media platforms.
Thank you.
And it'll be on our YouTube channel as well.
Let me tell you this, I enjoyed talking to you guys so much, and it's nice to work with people that care. There's so many people out there say, stuff doesn't happen. If I wanted to show the complete list of cylinder accidents and cylinder anomalies and stupid human tricks that people do, this would take several hours to show all the pictures. And I don't like showing the gory pictures, but suffice this, it does occur. And there are a lot of people that say it doesn't occur, but I can absolutely 100% refute that. Sitting to my left here are 2 blown up O2 cylinders, and literally people filling. Oh, and that's something I did not say. Is anybody in here fill cylinders at all? If you do, never fill oxygenated gases that's greater than 23.5%, greater than 200 PSI per minute. And that's still too doggone fast. 60 PSI per minute for pure O2. Slow down, slow down. Heat is a big issue, and you only get one shot at it. And I say this very seriously. You go messing with fire, you're going to get burned. And it's just, let's avoid it. Let's be smart. You guys are all smart people. Let's be smart. Let's be smart together. All right. Somebody else has a question.
Brother Kamal, you have another question?
Just very quickly, again, thanks, Mark. I have a aluminum and a steel. I'm just wondering, are there anything in particular that I should be pay attention to in terms of storing and maintaining those different types of cylinders?
Well, I don't want to sound blatantly obvious. Of course, steel corrodes rust. And one of the things that can be done, if you have rust spots on your cylinder, there are husbandry practices that can be done to fix that, such as removing the rust and how it's done and so forth and so on. One of the things we're giving out at DEMA this year is a pamphlet on how to refinish your cylinders. We have a 10 years worth of data. We've got some pretty good information now and products that are best practice. And we're going to give that out because it's a commonly asked question. How do I fix corrosion on my cylinders? Aluminum cylinders, the biggest problem with aluminum cylinders is mechanical damage. This good old gravity's in effect. We drop them, we ding them, we damage them kind of thing. Make sure your cylinders are secure. That's probably the safest thing you can do. And Camu, I think you and I met once at DEMA quite some years ago. And I can't remember exactly where. I want to say it was Anaheim, but you're very familiar.
I think it was Orlando, but yeah.
Orlando.
Thank you,
See,
Mark.
your memory's better than mine. See, I'm old and feeble, see?
For those who are interested, the PSI website should be up and running you're more than welcome to reach out to myself or Cortland or anyone else who's taken the PSI course. And we will certainly, the website will certainly connect you to where you need to go for additional training. So when I took Mark's course, I was really excited. As you guys can see, he has a tremendous amount of enthusiasm and passion for this, and it comes out in his presentation. And I really wanted the NABS members to be able to see that as well. Yes, Miss Jennifer Ford.
Oh, I just want to say thank you, Mark. What a wonderful job you did today. And thanks everyone who came out to support Mark and what he's doing. He's very knowledgeable in this source. But I just want to do a quick reminder that on Tuesday we have our president's meeting. We would greatly appreciate it if everyone can attend. And also, right after this meeting, you probably will get an email with a form that you can ask questions beforehand. It is anonymous. There's no email attached, no phone number attached. So if you send it in, I don't know who you are. And those questions will be asked at the president meeting so the executive committee can answer those questions for you. Thank you.
I want to thank everybody for the kind words. They are very meaningful. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You will be certainly taking the course from the best. So we will go ahead and wrap up, everyone. Thank you again for your time, effort, and energy. If there are additional questions that we can forward to Mark, let me know. I'll certainly be happy to do that. Please enjoy the rest of your Saturday. I apologize again for the delay, but I certainly think that the presentation was worth the wait.
Thank you so much. Hey, how about this? Let's go diving.
Yes, sir.
Go diving. Let's get in that water.
Safely, now that we know how to handle our cylinders better.
Yes, sir. Yeah, well, and this is something I always throw out. If any of you guys want to ever come down to North Kakalaki, I can get you a tour of the manufacturing plant. We can go diving on the coast. We have a zillion wrecks to dive on. Let me know. I'd be glad to escort you on either of those.
Outstanding.
Thanks, sir.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Please enjoy your weekend. We will see you at the next Saturday Scuba Tip and at the President's meeting.
Cheers.
Thank you. Awesome presentation.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.